Yeah. Welcome everybody to Walker of Waterdeep. This is session 121. Happy New Year, players. Happy New Year, viewers. Happy New Year, everybody. We hope that 2022 will be a good year all the way around. And as we step into our session today, I want to remind you that the music you are hearing on the stream is from Sirenscape. This is a sound set called Friendly Tavern. And right now you're listening to the musicians playing for their mead, along with some folks in the background that are eating and chatting and laughing and such. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and move our game over to a quiet little corner by the fire so that we don't have to compete with the music. And last time we were here in this session, our heroes were in the hidden village. They are on the plain of Rook. They learned a little bit more about about one of the enemies that they will be facing, and how there's a connection between the entity known as Nalkus and King Suleiman, and how there are four little phylactery-like items that they need to find and destroy while they are in the Ziggurat, so that they can win through and stop the dastardly plan of the evil King Suleiman. But now, as all of that has ended up, our thoughts turn to practical strategy. And just should mention, in case any of the players missed it, we did hear from Ivy that she is stuck at work today, so unless something changes in her schedule, she probably won't be able to join us at all. So with the caveat that it's the four of you doing the planning, we need to figure out a little bit about strategically how you all want to plan this. There's several ways have been posited. I think you guys have come up with a couple of different ideas. And as you're talking about this, somebody from the Veiled Alliance brings a small piece of parchment to you that is rolled up. And they say, "Oh, we got lucky. One of our spies inside Junun City was able to get a fragment of a floor plan for the Ziggurat, and they had seen more of it. They were only able to reproduce a fragment of it, and it very importantly shows where you will be entering, and also gives you a little bit of an idea of what is around that. And so this person will go ahead and open this out for you, and they will we're gonna do this, and then they're going to show it to you. Okay, so if you click on this, you can enlarge it, And I'll tell you. So what we know, or what we think we know about this first level that you will enter, is that the area that you will come up into the Ziggurat from the underground passage appears to be something of a dumping ground for the workers that have died while building this. So it's very possible that there's some sort of necromantic energy there. So as soon as you come into the Ziggurat, you might wind up finding yourself encountering some undead. So that would be important to kind of get ready for right off the bat. Then there's the layout from south to north. It seems like in the northern part of this particular first level that you'll be on, there's some sort of a library. What the purpose of that library is, we're not sure. What kinds of things you'll find there, we don't know. And to the south, oddly enough, it seems like this Ziggurat has underground gardens built into it. We hear there may be some kind of magical light sources in those areas. And so why there are these gardens, unless that is part of what King Suleiman intends to use to power some of the initial spells that he would be casting when he gets ready to do whatever it is he's going to do with this place. There also appears to be a watershed to the west. And that watershed might be connected to the gardens, and it might not be. We have reason to believe that in the watershed area, you might find areas of standing water that are that are as much as 2 or 3 or 4 feet deep. So that would be, and again, this is all built inside the Ziggurat. Then off to the east, we believe that is where the guards who have been guarding the workforce that has been constructing the Ziggurat, that is where their quarters are. And from what we understand, there hasn't been any effort to to make those areas into anything else. So we think that perhaps King Ziggurat, whatever he's planning, he might plan to have this Ziggurat inhabited after it's constructed, and there may be guards that are in there, so that might be something to check out. And we believe those are to the east and probably a little bit to the north. And then to the west and a little bit north, 2 items of interest. One is an area that might be some sort of garbage area where waste is disposed. Okay, whoever has the dog, please mute your mic until the dog decides they're not going to bark anymore. And then also to the west and to the north, we believe that is where you will find a way of getting from the lowest level of the Ziggurat to the higher levels of the Ziggurat. So I don't know how that helps you, or if that helps you make any plans, but this is what we have, and it's the the best we're probably going to be able to get at this point.
Interesting. So she kind of... Enka looks over the map again and looks down kind of at the watershed and asks, I know you said you only saw a part of this, but do watersheds usually have, like, even underwater, an entry or an exit point?
The person shrugs, says, I was given this by one of our spies that recently escaped the city, who had been able to see part of the floor plan. So this is what they drew from their memory of it. There's nothing indicated, but it could, of course, like we have wells, it could, of course, be connected to some kind of underground water source, but we don't know.
Do they normally in common construction around here, do watersheds usually have an entry or an exit point? I mean, just if you normally built a normal watershed.
The only watershed that I know of in Junun City is, other than this one, is in the Golden Palace, the palace of King Suleiman himself. And that is, and the palace, of course, is constructed over the largest and best well in all of Junun City. And so I believe any water that they have for the king's gardens and for the palace hedge mazes and things of that nature, that's all drawn from that well. What the method of getting that water up is, I don't know. Maybe it's a standard bucket and rope, but I suspect that King Suleiman probably has something more elaborate.
I'm going to assume that well is very guarded, yes?
Oh, yes. Very guarded. The heart of the palace. And of course, with the team we have going after King Suleiman, we do not want to do anything to that well, because if we are successful, then that is going to be a well that will serve all of the citizens of Junun City. So we don't want...
No, I wasn't going to damage it. I was going to say at least I can get through that well. I don't... Kind of perhaps on his head a couple of times. I don't breathe. So, do you know where that well is connected?
No.
Or might be?
No, there are several public and private wells in Junun City. There's usually one or two public wells in every quarter or every district of the city. And many nobles have their own private wells for their estates, where they draw water from deep underground. But whether there's any connection between those, I do not know. It is said that this is only stories that are told by people who live here in the Hidden Village, but it is said that the well here in this village intersects with a river of water that flows underground. Who's ever heard of such a thing? I do not. I never have heard that such things ever existed, but
They do. On my plane of existence, it's actually very common.
Oh. Now they say that when the defilers destroyed the vegetation of our world, the spirits of the water hid it out of view.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps they did turn the rivers that used to run on the surface into rivers that run under the ground.
Very well could be.
Well, I only have 1 day's worth of spells to cast left. And how many days is it until the plan is enacted?
We are right now, as the clock ticks, we are right now, it'll be 9 days. So your overall countdown clock, if you will, you have 890 days on your overall countdown clock, and the millennial celebration will happen with 881 days left. So the intervening days, we don't have to, we can bypass as many of those as we need to.
Well, what I can do after I finish casting these spells I'm getting ready to cast, how many days ahead are we to go into the city?
People from the Veiled Alliance would urge you to go in on the day of the millennial celebration. Their fear is that the longer you are in the city before that celebration, the longer somebody has to start asking questions about strange people, and that might result in, something like an invitation to the palace, which could wind up landing all of you in a dungeon somewhere, and then your
SOL.
chance to get into the Ziggurat is,
All right.
So they
Open to go.
They always urge you to go on the day.
All right.
Now,
Chris, go ahead.
Didn't you say it might be easier to go earlier if we were disguised as merchants?
If you were disguised as merchants, yes. And if you were to try to travel to the home of the noble, let me pull his name up here, Badraan, the home of the noble Badraan. If you go in as merchants of the tortoiseshell armor and weapons, Badraan might think it a status symbol if he would be able to buy some of those weapons to outfit his house guard with those, because those weapons are rather expensive and rare, just because it's a rare feat for anybody to kill a giant tortoise or find a shell of a giant tortoise in shape, in any condition that's suitable for making armor with and weapons with.
How well do they check over wagons and things that enter into the city? Like, new people coming in, do they, look over everything really heavily to make sure you're not, carrying contraband or trying to sneak something in, or is it just a cursory glance?
That often depends on how many guards are at the gates and which guards those are. If you run into some guards who are very much on the ball, they might want to do a thorough inspection, especially if you have an unusual accent or an unusual look, or they're not positive of which of the city states you came from. That would do that. If you run into, let's say, some half giants at the guards who are not the brightest bulbs on the tree, they can be more easily bribed. For perhaps 50 gold, they would happily pocket the gold and look the other way and welcome you into the city.
Gotcha.
Okay, I have one more question. How many days travel is the city from here?
Oh, it's a couple of hours travel.
All right. I might have a bit of a plan. For me, at least.
I have a suggestion as to how do we get into the Ziggurat.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
My thought is I am going to stand out quite a bit because I'm literally made of iron and other expensive metals. So, points towards the well. I can go that way and see if there's a way in.
So Adamant's idea is go down into the well, try to navigate through what might be a large or small underground river, and it may flow towards the city, it may not flow towards the city, it may not even be connected to any of the wells in the city.
I've got 9 days to explore that and figure it out. Well, 8.
Okay. Well, that's if. Okay, so that's one option for Adamant. The Veiled Alliance people will tell you, well, there's a much easier and safer way to get you into the city. If you are concerned about. We put you in a large cart, and we put you under there on the day of the games, because all of the guards that King Suleiman can trust are going to be trying to ensure that the citizens are attending the Millennial Celebration Games, which will probably leave only half giants and other guards on the gates of the city. Even if there are some of the trusted guards, there will be less of them on the gates. They will not have time to do. They probably will not have time to do extensive inspections, and even if they do try to do an extensive inspection, because there are fewer of them, it would be easier to deal with them if they cause problems for you.
My only worry is I'm not very good at the subterfuge side of it.
Well, if you are underneath piles of cargo where no part of you is visible, and as long as you just lay there and stay quiet. There's no subterfuge for you to have to pull off. You just let other people do that. And you just ride through like so much cargo in the wagon. That would be their idea.
Has been kind of just in a relaxed posture. He looks at Galibar to see what his opinion is.
My idea for getting into the temple, while it might not be the best plan, as I am not exactly usually the planner, we could always, if we are going in as merchants, we could say bring a gift to Solomon, something like this, and he'll pull out of the bag of holding his +2 adamantine great axe and put it on the table because it's going to be worth a crap ton here.
That might draw more attention than you want it to.
He looks at that and says, a gift like that would surely get you a royal invitation to the palace, which is probably not where you want to go, or not where it would be. Well, let's put it this way. We would be afraid for you if you went there. I know you all are great heroes. I know you have accomplished a lot of wonderful deeds, but I think this is a time and a place where, there's two important things that we want to accomplish on the day. Our strike team intends to kill King Suleiman. You, by the very nature of your efforts, are at the very least going to disrupt his plans and perhaps damage his precious Ziggurat to a point that whatever he intends to do, he's not going to be able to do. And with our team and your team acting in tandem, then we can both, in a way, be backups to each other's plans. If we run into trouble at the palace and you complete your mission, then perhaps you can come and aid us. If we complete our mission at the palace and you are in trouble, then we can certainly come into the Ziggurat and assist you.
Oyohusa leans forward as he's been quiet up till now, and he says, I have to agree. I've been listening, and I do value all of your opinions, but we might want to go in originally as we had planned. I think befriending a nobleman as a niche set of merchants, he will value our merchandise, as it seems to be quite a feat to even get such materials from such a creature. So, and since there are two strike teams, we may wish to get into the Ziggurat slightly earlier than the other team strikes Suleiman. We have no idea how long it will take us to get through to the Ziggurat, but I imagine that it is quite large. It will not be easy. There'll probably be many defensive mechanisms in place. I do like the idea of, in theory, of going into the palace, but only for my curiosity, as you may know, but I think we should stay far away from that as possible, in and out as quickly as possible.
In terms of getting into the Ziggurat, it is not completed, is it? Is it? From what I come to understand, he's still working on it.
He has teams working around the clock, very heavily guarded, and a lot of laborers in that place. he has called for it to be finished on the night before the Millennial Celebration Games. So all the way up until it is completed, there would be probably as many as 1,000 guards and workers combined, crawling all over the construction site.
I know that at least most of our group has the ability to fly. Would it not be simple just to fly up to the top to a part where they have not finished building and get in that way?
The King Suleiman and his what the hell are they called? Templars. King Suleiman and his Templars. They have magical wards around the city. They will detect, even if you cannot be seen by normal means, they will detect any kind of breach of the walls that are gained by magic. And once you are inside the city, if you activate a magic item that gives you the ability to fly, that would certainly be seen by people or be detected by the Templars and by King Suleiman. Once again, we are operating under the presumption. You all are heroes that have been many places and done many things, but we are operating under the presumption that if they do not know you are there until you start killing things, that would be probably the best way to go.
Okay. So, here's what I'll do. I will take my one more day to craft these items.
Okay.
And then I will take 4 days to explore. And then that gives me time to get back.
I do not like the idea of you going and exploring subterranean caverns by yourself, Adamant. On a strange world where we know nothing about it.
I don't either, but it's a possibility that if we get that they will find the well-crafted suit of metal armor.
I think you do not give our hosts, our allies, enough credit, Adamant. I think we should trust in the plan. And as far as getting into the Ziggurat, the best strategy is to go in from the bottom at the start. It will be less guarded because King Suleiman would not predict that someone would be stupid enough to run the entire gauntlet, if you will.
No. That's one reason I was thinking about the watershed.
So, since your strike team is going to be the one to go and kill King Solomon, our goal is just to get into the Ziggurat and kill the guards and damage the Ziggurat?
Well, you were sent here by your, as we understand it, you were sent here by your Blackstaff and your allies in order to retrieve an artifact item that King Suleiman has discovered and has placed within the Ziggurat for study. The memory crystals, I believe they were called. I do not know what that means, but that is within the Ziggurat. We had already been planning to use the Millennial Celebration Games as an opportunity to strike down King Suleiman. Your arrival and finding out your plans has given us a way to perhaps use your mission as a distraction for our mission as a distraction for your mission. If there is any detection of something going on, it will at the very least divide the forces that King Suleiman has available. He cannot deploy all of them to the palace or all of them to the Ziggurat. And it gives us both a better chance to complete our mission and succeed.
I think we should take a vote. Whether or not that we are in favor of Adamant's plan, but are we all in agreement with everything else? Does anyone object?
Well, I personally would enjoy going in as merchants. Not only would it allow us to get, because we do have products to sell.
Indeed.
It would allow us to both get into the city, probably the easiest way. It would also allow us to maybe make some gold before enacting our plan, which is it's very much needed for when we go back.
And the Veiled Alliance member who is there with you will smile at Galibar and will say, my friend, if you may not be thinking of this, but should your plan and our plan succeed, then you will have ample time to be merchants for true within the city of Junun. After King Suleiman is strucken down, you can take as much time as you want to buy and sell, peruse the wares of the merchants, perhaps go and visit some of the other city-states in the Tablelands, and enjoy all of the hospitality that the city of Junun, without a tyrant leading it, might have to offer.
Another idea that just popped into my head. Would it be helpful to, say, bring extra weapons, say whether they're made out of bone or not, to the slaves in order for them to possibly cause another distraction, or to be able to defend themselves in case of guard backlash on us, going and killing?
If they could be put somewhere that the slaves could get to them, yes. The difficulty, as I understand it, is this. Right now, everyone who has been conscripted for the Ziggurat project is under guard day and night. Even when they sleep, there are guards watching them. And they are not given much chance to sleep because the king has demanded his project to be finished. And every time one worker falls, 2 more are conscripted from the city to take its place. So there's not going to be much chance for them to get it before the project is finished. And then on the day of the celebration, King Suleiman has promised that all the slaves will have a day of freedom to attend the Millennial Celebration Games in the Grand Stadium. So they will be at the stadium attending the games. And of course, the stadium is guarded. So getting weapons into the stadium to give to the slaves on that day would be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult.
Galibar asks, "What do we know what the Ziggurat guards look like? Even just a basic, like, set of features."
Oh, you're asking if they have a standard uniform?
No, more their own features, not counting the uniform.
Oh, well, most of them are humans. A number of them are mulls, which are a strange crossbreed of dwarf and human. There are a few ogres who are not half giants, ogres who are much more intelligent than half giants, but they have nearly the bulk of the half giants. They are often the foremen. And then there are half giant guards that basically are punishers. When a slave steps out of line or a slave makes a mistake, the half giants are sent to mete out punishment. And under King Suleiman, there's usually only two forms of punishment. One is the milder form, where they are lashed with a whip 20 times, and a severe form where they are killed to make an example of them to the other slaves of what not to do.
Now, these ogres, are they about the size of me, or how much bigger compared to me would they be?
They range somewhere between usually 9 and 10 feet tall, as I understand your measuring system.
Okay.
So they would be maybe a head or two taller than you.
Okay. Now the uniforms, what do they look like?
The uniforms are of red and white. They are usually a white tabard, red shirt, breeches that are mainly like a cream color that have red stripes down the sides of the legs. It is a modified and simplified version of King Suleiman's palace livery.
Okay. Have they described enough of the outfit for me to be able to create it with an illusion?
Do you have something like minor illusion? You know,
I
like
have
a
disguise
cantrip?
self.
Okay.
I have it out of character.
As Galibar is going to attempt to stand up and then make himself look like a human wearing the guard's uniform.
How long is the concentration, or how long can you keep up the concentration on disguise self?
An hour.
I
An
have
hour.
my
Go ahead,
illusion
Ken.
out of character.
Okay. All right. So you can, both of you can. I guess in Oyohusa's case, he could do kind of minor illusion where he kind of says, okay, is the shirt like this, the pants like this, whatever, and then they would sort of give you pointers on what's different. Galibar could stand up, kind of using his disguised self, try various different looks, and then they would describe and eventually help you get it. It probably would take the better part of an afternoon between you trying,
Yeah. Disguise
various
self creates clothes as well.
Right. I was thinking that if you did the minor illusion and everybody sees that, if, for instance, I don't know what kind of materials Adamant can work with his fabricate, or what kind of other spells you guys may have, but if you see the way these look, then that might say, oh, well, we could get some cloth and we could make, outfits for ourselves.
I need to get the tools in order to, the tool proficiencies in order to.
Oh, okay. All right.
Stuff like that.
All right.
Enka just continually sits there looking frustrated.
By the way, Adamant, there is a cleric spell, I think, called Borrowed Knowledge, which means you can gain a proficiency for throughout the concentration of the spell if you need to use that.
And the Veiled Alliance representative will look at Enka and say, my lady, you seem troubled. What?
No offense against your people, but in the past, whenever we have done something, where we've planned ahead and we've done stuff, we've at least had one of our own people at least go ahead of time or be able to look. We keep talking about trying to recreate these guard outfits or whatever, and unless they look dead on, they're gonna be a big giveaway. I mean, without being able to see them, personally, it's I do not feel comfortable with us continually sitting on the outside, waiting and playing everything by chance and hoping we hit something right the moment that we go in the day of. It's foolish. It really is. I mean, you guys are I'm sure good planners and whatnot, but there's got to be a different way of getting at least one or two people in ahead of time that can look around and get a good look at whatever we need to look at, get a good layout, because get to know where we're going, what we're doing. I without seeing things myself or without hearing it from one of my teammates, I do not feel comfortable with just going on blind faith that we're going to hit this on the head first time round.
I understand. Perhaps there is another way. I do not know your capabilities in terms of what sort of powers you have at your command. One of the things we are able to do is we are able to use small creatures of the desert, small birds, small lizards, things of that nature, to carry messages from our agents outside the city to inside the city.
Can you see through their eyes?
We cannot, but we have heard that there are sorceries and magics that do enable people to look through the eyes of such animals. I was going to ask if any of your group has that capability.
Alora would.
That's a familiar ability.
Alora could also cast Beast Bond to be able to do that, I think. Or was it?
I'm not sure that Alora has that capability, but I can say this. It still takes magic. And we are going into a place where magic is so important to be to be protected against. I mean, this would-be emperor is so paranoid that I don't think it
Indeed.
is wise for us to go in separately, even if it was me, and I have trained my entire life for infiltration, spying, and subterfuge. And even I would feel nervous about going in alone into this particular subject matter.
We don't have to go inside of the city to see what their guard outfits look like.
There is another way. If
The Veiled
that-
Alliance member will look at Oyo anxiously.
a armed force has to eat, what do we know about their cooking arrangements? We have some of this excess tortoise meat just laying around. Perhaps we could just poison the entire garrison.
Oh, they would. While tortoise meat is a delicacy, they would know the preparation required, and they might have an expendable guard like one of the half giants. They might have an expendable guard eat it and see if it has been properly treated. If it has not, they would set it aside and take the time to prepare it properly.
Yes, but how long does it take for this meat? I am immune. I'm sorry, but I am. And how long does such things take to go into effect? I imagine it's not instant.
It is fairly quick. The poison is fairly fast acting. If you were to eat it, the reports say that you would taste something of a sour brine flavor, and that would be an indication that the poison has already started working. And
Yes, but how
an
long?
hour.
An hour. That's plenty of
An
time.
hour.
That's plenty of time for me to sneak in. If I brought in a vial, we extract a lot of the toxins out of the meat into a solution that we put in a vial. I slip in. They're probably feeding stew or soup to that many guards. And something that's bulky and can be distributed. I sneak in, I poison the food. And
Oh.
an hour later, they have even worse problems on their hands.
He says, now that is a possibility. So among you, do you have anyone who is skilled in the arts of extracting toxins from,
No.
from the glands of creatures or from plants? Or because if you do, that could be a wonderful weapon.
I'm sure a Laura would be good at such things.
Possibly.
Wouldn't that also put everybody on high alert?
No, because it would affect everyone at once. What are the side effects of such poisonings? I imagine severe irritable bowels is the least of their worries.
Yes, usually it causes the victims to suffer both irritability at both ends of the digestive system. They often cannot keep food down, and anything in their stomach or anything in their digestive system is ejected wherever it is To whichever end it is the closest to.
I like this plan. The guards changing shift will eat after the guards that just relieved them have already eaten, and they will go eat themselves. I think in an hour is plenty of time. Just right.
So when would you plan to do this? Several days ahead or on the day of the event? What would you...
I think the day that we wish to go into the Ziggurat, right about
What
mealtime.
what time is the kickoff of the
First games of the day will start an hour after sunrise, and the gates of the grand arena will open an hour before sunrise. And King Suleiman has encouraged everybody to be in the stadium for the start of the festivities. So
what I would suggest is having someone, do you guys have any type of contact within the servants of the guard that would say were to sneak in and put something in the food at a certain point in time that would get the morning guard as they came back in from duty and the next set of guards that are going out? I mean, I guess my question is just finding that right moment in time and knowing what their schedule is. We've got how many days? Personally, me, I think the best way, if we can't be there in person to see things ahead of time, I personally think that we should create either I know it would be a waste of paper, but find a court, an open miniature of, here is the gate, and here is the Colosseum, and here's the Ziggurat, and here's where you're going to meet the guards, and the guards rotate, here and here and here, and along the wall you're going to have these type of guards, and on your way in you're going to have the market over here, and you're going to have these over here, these buildings. But I want to know more about things that we would see along the way entering or getting to there or entering. Are there people that live outside of the city walls? Are there just, I want to be able to sit down and actually visualize our routes so that we all can memorize them and memorize what's what in the route from the gate to the where we're going to watch the games, to the Ziggurat, to these important places that we're supposed to be hitting upon. And that way all of us know
So we have 12 shields and 18 rapiers to sell.
Not to mention all my metal weapons. Which I still have. What would be 24,800 gold pieces worth. We could make a lot of money before going back.
Let's see. Oh boy. Dogs are playing. Waiting for somebody to get suplexed now. Oops.
I need to unmute myself. Go back over here. All right. Okay, everyone. So, we have... they bring you Badraan's villa. The image there, does that spur any additional thoughts or questions or anything on the plan that you had? Raise any logistical ideas? Okay, all right. Another thing, Adamant. Going to presume, or let me ask you a question. What questions did you have from your legend lore that still need answering? Were you researching anything about those? I thought you had mentioned you were doing some research about some of the stuff you heard, or you wanted to
No,
ask
I don't have any more incense.
Okay.
I think I bought all the incense in the village.
Okay. All right. As you mull over that, it comes to you that these little items that talked about, these phylacteries, you're not quite sure what those look like. I don't think. Or did you get a description of those?
We did not know.
Okay.
That's problematic.
Okay. So, would you talk to any locals to see if they've ever heard of anything like that, or there's any legends of anything like that, or?
Yes, you would.
Okay. As you talk to some of the local folks, they will say that there are some stories. These Efreets and these Djinns that exert control and sometimes, take over inhabit the personhood of powerful people. They always have one or more of these items, and the people you talk to call them anchor pegs. And they say that they take usually one of three forms, one of three sets of material, but in appearance, they are all very similar. They are all small cylinders, cylinders that are usually hollow, and they are usually less than a half-inch in diameter and somewhere between, 4 or 5 inches long. And they are usually made of either bone or wood, and in very rare cases, they're sometimes carved from metal. And on the surface of these cylinders, they are inscribed with etched or carved runes. And they also, it's also said in some of the more fantastical tales that people who are sensitive to magic can sense enchantment, strong enchantment on these things. So now from a player's standpoint, as a player, if I told you they look like a mezuzah, do you know what that means?
Kinda.
Yeah, for those of you who are not aware, the mezuzah, it's an item that many Jewish families will put on the doorpost of their homes or offices. It's usually a little cylinder, and I think in the Jewish tradition, it's got a fragment of a scroll inside it, and it's just a sort of part of the Jewish tradition. So these look a little bit like those, only they're probably a little bit larger and a little bit bigger around.
Right.
And they're not necessarily put on a doorpost.
Okay.
Right. So we don't think we do or we don't think there's much to be done in the way of buying any gear or any clothing. Or Enka, did you have any specific things with that? Okay. Because you guys look at these wagons that they have, and they're wagons that you think of the typical covered wagon type of thing. So the wooden wheels, tall wheels with the spokes, and they have the box that sits up, the driver's box that sits up kind of high on the front, and the wagons are maybe 7 or 8 feet, maybe about 7 feet from side to side, and then the length of the wagon from front to back is usually about 12 or 15 feet. So kind of the length of a small car, the width of a small pickup truck, probably, outside to outside dimensions. And then, the cargo box sits up on the axles, of course, and then everything else is up above that. So if you're on the driver's box, you're pretty good, 7 or 8 feet off the ground.
Right.
Most likely have to bend down to speak to a human. Some of these elves from this area that are very tall, they might come up to your calf standing on the ground. Okay. So is there anything else that you guys are interested in doing in the hidden village, or do we want to advance a few days and at least try to get you guys into the city?
Did we get the exact appearance of the guard uniform?
Within a few days, you work with them for a while, and they're not quite sure you have it. So within a couple of days, somebody that has come from the city has managed to steal a guard uniform and bring it so that you guys can have one to look at. You know what it looks like.
Oh, I know what I need to do. I need a book worth about 25 gold pieces.
A book worth about 25 gold pieces. Okay. You can go to one of the shops here, and you can find a book that would match that description.
All right. Okay, that is for the borrowed skill spell.
Borrow skill spell. Okay.
Yep. Basically,
Borrow knowledge.
Yeah, borrow knowledge. He can use that to get proficiencies for an hour.
Okay.
Is fabricate.
Okay. That's interesting. So it's called borrow knowledge.
Borrowed knowledge.
Golly. Oh, okay. It's one of the brand new ones out of Strixhaven. A book worth at least 25 gold pieces. Okay, yeah, interesting. So yeah, you buy a book in one of the merchant stalls, and let's see, what book do you find? You find a book called Creator of the Banished.
Cool.
Okay. Creator of the Banished. The book Adamant buys for his borrowed knowledge.
I am going to guess that's about the gods that inhabited this world once.
No.
Really?
You buy it, and you start looking at it, and it is a book of poetry. And it's a there are a lot of odes, and it talks about the lost age of this world. A lot of the poems wax poetic about the time when this world was covered with forests and rivers and seas and things of that nature. So it's a kind of a wistful and some extremely practical people might say it's useless drivel, but
look, it's not Vogon poetry, right? I'm not going to die reading it.
No, it's not Vogon poetry, and it's not magical. It's not magical poetry.
As punishment, you have to listen to our leader.
Wax eloquent
Read-
about poetry.
Yep. Read his newest poem. No!
All right.
You can share that with at least 2 or 3 members of the party. He doesn't understand poetry, but you know what?
Yeah. Okay. So, anything? You guys are good to go then, right?
Yep. Good.
All
After
right.
that, you can help with the guard uniforms.
Okay. Yeah. You guys are able to go ahead and go ahead and make some uniforms that look like the guard uniforms, so that everybody is able to have access to one of those if they decide they want one.
And make the assassination plot go a little smoother.
Yeah. So their team, their strike team consists of 8 people. So over the next few days, with your fabricatability and this borrowed knowledge, you'd have plenty of time to make several uniforms. Okay, then they suggest that on the day before the games, you guys probably should leave the hidden village sometime around midday, and that would let you get to the city sometime in the afternoon, not so late in the day that it would be unusual, but kind of in the afternoon rush hour, if you will, which means that you would be one of a number of people trying to get in at about the same time. And of course, the more people are trying to get in, the less time the guards have to question each individual caravan coming in, and whatnot.
Let me ask one question.
Sure.
How suspicious would somebody wearing, this cloak I have and this face covering and a suit of armor be?
Very suspicious. They every time you talk about, possibly other ways of going into the city, they always try to politely
Just
encourage
check.
the idea of you being in the cargo.
He's
And-
just checking.
Yeah. And this is if you think of a back when pickup trucks were real trucks and not when they were glorified cars, but back when pickup trucks were real trucks and had a full-sized pickup truck bed, they have created one of these wagons. They've constructed it in such a way that it's got kind of a hollow in the middle of the cargo area, and it's a hollow that you can get into snugly. There's several layers of cloth down on the bed so that you don't rattle around on the bed of the wagon. And then this hollow is big enough for you to be laid down in. And then there's all kinds of silks and other cloths and everything around you on either side or on all four sides. And then the tarp is in such a way that if the guards ask to inspect, they can pull a piece of the tarp up and pull some of the cloth out from one of the sides. And they would see, oh, yes, you're bringing silks from this other city-state from over here. And that would satisfy them about what is in the cargo. And even if they made them take the tarp off, it would just look like it's a big cart full of cloth all the way around. So
the only last thing he does is he gives his bag of he will write out a thorough description of the weapons and give them to Enka to practice a eloquent description of what they're carrying.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, actually, you guys probably don't even want any of you talking to the guards. So you probably would be work with one of the merchants,
right?
Or work with one of the locals to interact with the guards.
That works too.
Yeah, because it's a matter, or they would ask. Now, if you guys insist, they're not gonna make you be totally silent, but they would recommend that.
He'll give his dry professional description of the weapons to Enka, who can pretty it up and teach them.
Ah, okay, there we go. That works. And yes, after Enka has worked with them a little bit, they talk about, well, Enka, what sort of poetic description of the weapons would you give them? And you can make a roll for this if you want to. You can make
yeah, you're asking somebody that's not very poetic to go, they're sharp.
Okay.
They're pointy and they block, and the shields block things.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a performance check.
Mm-hmm. Performance.
16. Okay. All right. They listen to that, and then they recite it back to you, and you keep working with them until you're happy with with the way they're delivering the spiel. And Adamant, you hear this, and oh yeah, it makes these weapons sound really special. I mean, to you, they're mundane weapons, but they're really making them sound very special.
He gives a big thumbs up.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. So coming down from the hidden village, going towards Junun City. I'm going to bring up our Tablelands map to kind of set this for you a little bit. So you're coming down from here. Use this area near the iron mine, and heading down off of the hills towards Junun City.
Are you?
Which is
there you go.
which is right here. And as you get about halfway over there, you are just getting out of the edge of the mountains and going through some foothills. The one of the locals on the lead cart raises a hand in something of alarm. And you quickly hear some bestial howls. And those bestial howls very quickly resolve themselves into three black shapes that head towards the caravan. And what you see running towards you is you see 3 Kird apes.
Out of character, how long does it take to get from where we're at to Junun?
About 4 or 5 hours.
Ah, okay.
So you're not going to use your disguise cell. You're not going to use your scroll until you get probably within.
Are we going to put
sight.
Adamant in the back before, or at some point stop at a certain point and
Probably stop at a certain point and put him in there. Because of course there's dangers in the desert between the hidden village and Junun City. And what this means, of course, we can go. Let me run over to this other place where we were, and I will get this token and this token.
Let me try something real quick before you grab my token. I want to see if it comes out. No, it doesn't. Why is it not updating my health?
Because the token has to be every time you update your character sheet, you have to reassociate the token with your character sheet. That's a limitation of Roll20. It seems to be even if you link the hit points from the character sheet to the hit points on the token, it doesn't always update that every time you level up your character sheet.
And you need to be the one that reassociates it.
Perhaps. What is your current total hit points?
My current total is maximum 85.
Okay. All right. That's what I have on this token here. Enka, you're 93 and armor class 15. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Galibar, you're 140 and armor class 20. Is that correct?
Yep.
And Oyo, you're 73 and armor class 21. Is that correct?
We're level 10, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's right.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. And Adamant, you're still rocking the 25 armor class, right?
For now, yes.
Okie dokie. Well then, in that case, we are not going to picture the caravan wagon, but you guys see.
Oh no, it's actually gone up.
What?
What? My AC has gone up. By
What
one.
is your AC now?
It is 26.
26. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring us over here. And you guys can go ahead and roll. Let me make sure we don't have any. Nope, we don't have any turns on the board.
That both makes me happy and sad at the same time.
I'll go ahead and yes, I don't know. Yes, add that. Okay, good. So this should work. Good, it does.
Would I have time before we look at engaging to be able to give everyone on our team, or my immediate team, Bardic Inspiration?
No.
I know I have to do it one at a time, but
no, because you have a limited number of those per day, and I believe you have a limited number of those per day, and the only way to be sure that people would have it is to try to keep it up all the time, and that just would not necessarily be practical to do. So you can certainly do that at the in your first turn. You can give it to one of the members of your team, and when you are ready to go, like when you're ready to go into the Ziggurat, you could very well say, like, as you approach getting ready to go up into the Ziggurat, okay, now I take 3 rounds and I give everybody inspiration because you're about to go into a fight. That would make sense. But if you're just traveling along in the caravan, you wouldn't really know.
Once we hear these gorilla thingies.
Because each of you is on a separate wagon, I'll give you a chance to give it to one person. So who would you give it to first?
Well, who am I on the wagon with?
You forgot to click your token there, Oyo.
Oh. Whoops. So 16, 18. I'll go ahead and add a turn for him. All right. Okay. So like I said, Enka, each of the PCs is on a separate wagon. So you would have to climb down the wagon and then go to one of your. I would give you time to go to one of the other wagons and give Bardic Inspiration to one of your teammates. So choose one.
Hang on just a minute. I can choose one within 60 feet of me. I don't have to touch them. That can hear me.
That can hear you. Okay, they don't have to. You don't have to see them. They just have to be able to hear you. Okay, yeah. Who can hear you? Then all right. I would say that two of them would be close enough because probably one of them is going to be three wagons away, and the fact that the horses don't walk with their noses in the back of the wagon probably means that that third wagon is too far away. So choose one person.
I'll pick Galibar.
Okay. All right. So, Galibar, we will give you the Bardic Inspiration before the battle begins. All right.
The
And
D8 or D10.
D10.
and Adamant, you are up.
Okay. Adamant's gonna get into a square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Adamant's gonna say hello. In the
Okay.
most fun way that he can for Pete, which is going to be
A wall of fire on a solid surface within range. 60 feet long, 20 feet high, 1 foot thick. Okay. This is casting divinely. So we don't need to make any checks.
here,
And
here, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35.
okay, are you trying to draw something? Because I'm not seeing anything.
I'm just doing it again. Doggone it. Yeah, I was drawing something.
Okay. All right.
You don't see the line?
Now that you mention it, we see the line. So
And I got 5 more feet coming there. There we go.
okay.
So he cuts them off. The fire's pointed.
Out or away from Adamant.
Oh, shoot. Ignore that second part. He'll go here, and if he's actually going to point it at himself.
Oh, it was so the fire is pointing back toward the party, or the fire is pointing towards the monsters.
Well, let's see. I did this right. Towards the monsters. Why
Right.
not?
Okay. That's what I would have expected. So let's just make that yellow since it's fire. All right. So it's 10 feet.
Yep, they're all in
within 10.
range.
Yeah. Okay. So that is 3 dex saves coming up. So we will go left to right. Dex
Okay.
save the first is a fail. Dex save the second is a fail.
And
Dex save the third is a fail. So,
the smell of burning fur feels.
yeah. 21 points of damage.
Yep.
To them. There are some roars. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yep, there are some very loud roars. Anything else, Adamant?
We are going to bonus action into existence. A level 4 spiritual weapon.
Ooh.
And it's not going to swing at anybody yet. It's just going to randomly scroll down on me and where'd the stuff go? There it is. It's gonna pop into existence here.
Okay.
No,
All right.
Since that's a bonus action.
Okay. So that was your move. That was your action.
I
Your
can't use
bonus.
a spiritual weapon. Never mind.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah, I had a dull moment. Don't mind me.
Oh, because they're both concentration.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what I'll do instead is use my battle cry on the one in the center.
Battle cry. Some of the provoking hostile creature. DC 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength or charisma. So what is
Hold off a strength, and it's gonna be 15.
15? Wisdom save 15. That's a failure. So this guy is the middle guy. Is mind affected. He is
super angry.
He is angry. He is very, very angry at you.
You make me angry.
Okay. Anything else, Adamant?
No, I'm done.
All right. Oyohusa, you are up. A big wall of fire with the fire side pointed away, or the business side pointed away from you, springs into existence.
Well, $40 feet, 55 feet. The hell's my movement speed? Should be 55. My movement's 55 on level 20. Okay, well. I am going to move forward. About right there. And I'm just gonna move about right here. I think it's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right. Galibar, you have Bardic Inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
You also have an obstacle that your teammate has placed on the battlefield.
Okay, so what can I do? Since I can't get to them in this turn, I'm going to move. I would move over here and use my action to cast a. Yeah, I'm gonna actually cast a spell for once. I'm gonna cast a 2nd level chromatic orb.
Okay.
At this one. Does
Okay.
a 14 hit?
Does a 14 hit the armor class? No, it does not.
So that just ricochets off. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to rage. And then my turn.
Okay. Adamant, I put that other one on there to kind of help people figure out where the zone of danger is in between your wall of fire and The heat effect. I know that's not exact, but it's kind of there. All right. Enka, you are up.
Okay. What are these again?
This is a wall of fire. This is how far the heat from the wall of fire deals damage to anybody that's in that zone. So, in other words, if you try to stand up here and go toe to toe, you'd be burned by Adamant's fire.
Okay. Okay, well, then what I was going to do, that's not going to work because it might put the fire out. I don't want to do that. I will do... I think I will do Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
And I will try to target this guy here.
Okay.
So,
Adamant, how tall is your wall of flame?
I believe it's.
Is it 20 feet? I want to say.
Rolling back because I put. Did it post? Go.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, wall of fire. 20 feet high, 1 foot thick, and it's opaque. So, Enka, from where you are standing, you cannot see this enemy because there's an opaque wall of fire between your, in your line of sight.
well, then I guess I'm just going to have to hold
Yeah, so,
my...
or you could move to where, and remember, this is the actual wall of fire itself. So if you move right or left so that this is not in your way, then you could target one of the enemies because you could see one of the enemies. Or you could hold an attack, or if you didn't want to attack, you could use Bardic Inspiration on one of your other teammates.
How about
It's
if
up to you.
I would like to hold my attack for if one of these comes through.
Okay.
Then I would like to actually, if one of them comes through, I want to use I'll go ahead and use Fireball on him. Just add insult to injury.
Okay. So if one of them comes through the wall
or
of
comes
fire,
around or whatever,
yeah.
within view of me where I'm at currently,
Okay.
then I will nail them with a fireball.
Okay. And then as a bonus action, did you want to use your Bardic Inspiration or not?
How many
Since
hours
that
have
is
we been on? How many hours have we been on the trip so far?
It's probably you're probably 2 hours into what's a 4 or 5 hour trip.
Okay. So I think Bardic, it does a...
Should be a short rest at this point.
Yeah. So, all right. So I'm good. I will go ahead and cast Bardic Inspiration on Adamant.
Sweet.
Adamant. Okay.
Come at me, bro.
All right. And anything else, Enka?
That's it. I'm not moving.
Okay, so then the Kird apes go. Adamant, does it if they move through it, or is it if they start their turn?
End their turn,
or they
move
end their
through
turn? In their turn or move through it. Okay. And their move is this. So this guy is going to go. I'll go 5.
Me, Oyo, and Adamant have advantage on a roll due to Twitch.
Nifty.
Oh, okay.
Love it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, chat. So he'll move out to here. Yeah, he'll move out to here.
Difficult terrain for him.
He as he runs, you see that he has he's built like a gorilla, but he actually has 4 arms and 2 legs, and he just sort of scampers over those rocks like they are like there's no impediment to his movement. He gets here, and then he sets his beady eyes on Galibar. Now, Enka, this guy is within your view. Do you want to? Your trigger was all right.
If he came within view and
within range.
Within range, and I hit him with there it is.
Okay,
Come
so you can do.
Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was like, why didn't it roll?
Okay. So let's see.
Oof.
Okay, that's explosion. There we go. Explosion of fire. There we go. That's what happens to him. A big explosion of fire happens.
Did I transfer? Woof.
DC 17 is a failure. So he takes 36 points of damage.
These are not very agile apes, apparently. They haven't passed this save yet.
Yeah, they are. They're not. They're tough, but they're not. They're
very single-minded at the moment.
And then he's got 15 feet of movement left, so he's going to come down here. 5, 10, 15. So he'll be right there. This guy over here will go. We'll go 25. Actually, he'll go 30 feet. Go about 30 feet this way. Over here, and then he'll go 10 feet this way. 10. And then he will, And this guy, Adamant, you're going to get to roll again.
Sweet.
Because this guy is going to
come at me, bro.
Come at you very angrily.
That's
so he takes
damage. DC 17.
DC 17. Oh, God, even worse. It's 22. He bursts through that wall of flame, and then he attacks you with 2 claws and a bite. So he hits a 22 with a 1 claw, hits a 24 with the other claw, and then he hits 22 with a bite. And he smells like burned dog fur.
I smell nothing.
That
Oh,
bite is
okay.
nasty.
I smell nothing.
Yeah.
That's just 5d6 damage.
Okay, these other guys, instead of making physical attacks, they are going to make other attacks. Okay, so actually they're not. They are going to okay, so it's an action. So yeah, the guy that attacked cannot do that, but these other two will both invoke their each of them will do adrenaline control. So their PSP pool gets depleted by 15. Okay, so and then this guy, and then this guy has not used any of his abilities yet, and he increases. He gains 1d6 points, which he adds directly to strength, dexterity, or constitution. So they both are going to go for a constitution boost. So the one gets 4, the other one gets 3. So that means this guy on the left, he gets a boost of 2 hit points per hit die. So that means he gains 18 hit points. And then this guy gains 9 hit points. And they both have this boost on them. Alright. And that is their turn. Adamant, you are up. You have a big, huge, 4-armed, nasty smelling gorilla that is a large creature in your face.
Well, I am going to go ahead and use that advantage I got now.
Okay.
I'm going to cast a level 5 spell.
The bad touch. Yep, bad touch.
Yep, bad touch. Okay, so
45 damage.
45 damage. AC 26, that will definitely hit. And this guy is bloodied with that attack.
I would hope so.
And he lets out this horrible yell. And this bestial scream.
As soon as he starts yelling, Adamant reaches up and cracks him across the snout with the shield.
19 is exactly what you need to hit these guys. So for 6 points of damage.
Wonk.
Yep. Okay.
Shh. Quiet.
Anything else?
Nope. You tell me to
Okay.
be quiet.
Are you leaving the wall of flame in place?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and drop on that.
Okay. All right. The wall of flame disappears, and you're done with your turn, right?
I am done with my turn.
Oyo, you are up. There are now 3 creatures. 2 of them look like they've kind of hulked out a bit. One of them looks very badly hurt. And oh, there we go.
He's gonna move over there. He's just gonna pull out Tatsumasa and start
Give advantage
slicing.
on a roll.
Okay.
On one roll. Is that what
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can use advantage at some point if you wish,
All right.
or when you wish.
And I attack.
23 will hit. You want to use that as psychic or force damage?
Psychic.
Okay, so 24 from that hit.
I'll attack again.
11 will miss.
Will a 13 with advantage do it?
Okay. Adamant hit it right on the nose before, so no, it would not.
I didn't know. I mean, I wouldn't know that as a character. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. I tell you that as players so that you don't have to ask those questions.
Yeah. All right, swing again.
Yep, that's gonna miss.
Okay. Damn.
All right. Anything else?
Should use my flurry of blows on the first attack. That's it.
Okay. Galibar, you are up.
One of those
Well, this
days,
guy
I
is
guess.
about to be up in my grill, so I'm just going to come be in his.
Okay.
And use my advantage for this attack.
20 will hit.
So 14 damage. It's very low damage, but
Yeah. 31 will hit for 19 damage. And after that hit, this guy is bloodied.
I'm gonna put a smite on that second level. So that plus another D8 because for some reason it doesn't ask me. For 15 extra.
Okay, so in that cold fire, we
Cold.
okay. So 13 and 2 is 15, so it's a total of 17. Is that?
No, the extra rage damage doesn't get out of the smites. It's just I'd have to click off of it every single time.
Oh, okay. So the 13 and 2, it's just 15 damage?
Yep, 15 extra.
Okay. All right.
I'll use my regular Dragon's Breath. That's my bonus action. So 12 cold for DC 19 dexterity save.
Okay. So 12 gold going this way. Oh, come on. I didn't see that. Oh, there we go. And DC 19 save for him is a no. Hey, well, he finally got that 17, but it didn't do him any good. So 12 points.
He has to roll a 19 or a 20 to pass my save.
Yeah. So yeah, he's all covered in frost, and we decided that which I think it's really weird that a cantrip, the Ray of Frost cantrip, will slow creatures, but the frost of a dragon's breath doesn't slow creatures. That's kind of weird.
I plan on taking a spell when we level up again that could do something along those lines. But because there was a spell added in the Dragon's Book that I really want.
Okay. And anything else, Galibar?
No, that was my bonus action, and movement.
Okay. Enka, you are up. 2 of these enemies are engaged. 1 of these enemies has hulked out and has not yet been engaged. What would you like to do?
Okay. Let's see here. I would like do. Okay. The one thing I was looking at wanting to do, I gotta make sure I'm close enough. So I apologize. One moment. Oop.
You
Right.
are
That was not
within
meant to
4.
be. That was not. I was trying to look at the description. I apologize.
No, that's fine. You're 45 feet, 40 feet, and
I'm not close
35
enough.
feet.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm still standing on the wagon. So I am just going to go ahead and cast Fireball at this turkey over here. Nope. Yes, Fireball. Sorry. Too many decisions to make. So many cool things to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to just cast Fireball on him.
Welcome to playing a spellcaster.
I know. It's like, do I want to smack him with Bigby's hand? Or do you want to Fireball him?
Hey, if you cast it right around here, you can hit both of these guys up here without hitting any of us.
Yeah, but if she doesn't down the other one,
He's going to trample me, and you guys are engaged with these other 2. See?
you could cast Interposing Hand with Bigby's hand to completely block him from attacking you.
That too.
Okay.
Does
All
this
right,
thing
so-
even look bloodied or hurt?
Is very, very just some singed fur. Because of the
Wall of fire.
Wall of fire. That's the only damage he's taken. So he's going to do.
Okay. So let's just take a peek here. One last look.
Okay. You told me you're doing a fireball, but what you clicked on was destructive wave.
I know. I
not
told you I was
fireball.
trying to look at the description to see how close I needed to be, and it just rolled it. So I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I haven't done Fireball yet. So
Okay.
there we go. And
34. So he's makes a 1 on his.
Gotta love
saving
when
throw.
enemies have low dexterity.
He said, I'll
Yeah.
catch this ball and throw it back.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just goes boof in his face.
okay. Bonus action. I'm going to get
Yeah.
Oyohusa. Bardic Inspiration.
Bardic Inspiration. Okay.
And I'm not going to move.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That is my turn.
That is your turn. Okay. This ape here. How long does your effect last, Adamant? You did that thing to him.
I believe
Battle
it's one
cry.
round.
Okay. Yep.
I believe it's one round. I'll take a quick gander.
Was it compelled?
No, it's battle cry. Yeah,
It's on my next turn, so yeah.
Yep, your next turn. Okay, so
He's good to go. He can turn around and attack all of you.
all right. He turns around, and Oyo, he gives you a look, and you feel in your mind, you feel somebody trying to tell you to do something as he uses his dominate person ability. So for this guy, the spell save DC is 17. And for dominate person, I think it's a wisdom save, but let me just double check.
Yeah.
This is a charm.
All charms are wisdom saves.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I have advantage.
Yeah. With Elvish heritage, you sure do. Oh, 24. Okay. He looks at you and he kind of grins, and then his grin fades as you just sort of slough off his effect. How much did that cost him? 16. So, all right. Well, that's his action. Since that did not work, and since he is badly hurt, he is going to try to flee the battlefield back into the dunes. So that means that both Oyo and Adamant get opportunity attacks on him.
Well, I know it's terrible. I have Warcaster.
Okay. So
Add touch.
as he starts to move away, you reach out and touch him.
Yep.
Okay.
Yikes.
32 points of damage. Adamant, what does it look like when your inflict wounds kills this creature?
Same as usual. It oxidizes him from the inside out.
Okay. Oyo, you raise up Tatsumasa, and you just sort of see the veins that look like they expand and then almost explode with rust from this creature's body, and it lets out a cry, and it just falls on the ground. And when that happens, Tatsumasa in your mind says, "Don't touch it! Don't touch it! Don't touch it! Don't touch it!"
Your friends are rust monster. Keep them away from me.
Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is going to do an ability on. It's going to do an ability on Galibar. Actually, no, it's not. Second one is going to do this.
Invisibility.
He is going to do invisibility. And then you hear the sound of heavy feet trying to run away. Now, of course, he is leaving your space, so you can try to make an attack, but because he's invisible, it will be at disadvantage. So,
Saw his buddy turn into a pile of.
oh,
27 damage.
21 for 27 points of damage. Galibar, how would you like to kill this invisible creature?
The head of the axe just catches him as he turns around. He just catches him right down the back where the head meets the neck, and just a vertical slice, so down the back.
Okay, and he of course becomes immediately visible as his corpse falls to the sand lifeless, and Morsalor's battle axe says, "That's right, don't let him get away. Good job. What a horrible creature." And then the third one The third one is going to is the third one is going to try to do a spell. And a spell-like ability. And it's 90 feet. So yes. The third one is going to use its ego whip ability against Enka. So it works like Tasha's mind whip. So that's an intelligence save, and the DC is 17. Ooh, okay. So then in that case, it's 3d6 psychic damage. So 12 psychic damage to Enka. And after that, it will turn, and it will start to flee back into the desert.
And they're like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah. So, and it cannot quite get off the board because it used. Anybody can get about here, but clearly the four of you can tell this thing is trying to run into the desert. So yeah, and you guys can all see it. So Adamant, at the end of its turn, it rolls around to you. What would you like to do?
Oh, do I let it get away or do I kill it? If I let it get away, it's gonna go look for somebody else to kill. That being the case, we are going to banish it.
Banish
It's
it?
from this plane.
Well, this is its home plane, but it gives us time to get set up to fuck it up when it comes back. You know?
Okay. Yep, it's within 60 feet, so
17 charisma save.
DC 17 charisma save. Okay. Fails that. So it is banished. So I'm just going to put that on there. Say that it's banished. It looks like it disappears.
All right. We have time to go where he left and surround him.
You tell your allies.
Sure does. Tells them all what's up.
Rest of you guys want to join in this? Enka, Oyo. See, Galibar's already over there. Or would Enka want to get within range to cast a spell when it comes back?
I am within range.
Okay.
Do we know how long it's going to take?
A minute.
Up to a minute. Adamant can end concentration earlier when everybody indicates they are ready. But it looks like
the moment everybody's in place, I will cast Bigby's hand.
Oh, okay. Bigby's hand. So there is a. Wait a minute. Did I ever find?
You did. It's somewhere.
Okay.
I thought you did.
Galibar's just holding his action to hit this thing as hard as he can.
If you did, you may not have saved it.
Okay.
It was in the map with the turtles.
Okay. Then I can just go do that. I can go over here. There it is. Yes. There it is. Copy. And I'll bring it back over here. And put it... boom. Into place. Alright, so it's there grabbing that. Oyo, are you gonna hang out where you are, or are you gonna move over to join the rest of the party?
I guess I'll move over.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, and Enka, you can, based on where Oyo goes to, you can move that hand so it's on a different side of the monster if you want to give him a chance to do that. It's up to you. How you want to place that.
It's fine.
Okay. Alright, and everybody tells Adamant that they are ready.
Mm-hmm.
Adamant drops it the banishment.
Okay, so drops the banishment, and we will say that since that was Adamant's turn, when the banishment drops, Oyohusa, you are up.
Alright. Just move over and swipity.
Yeah. This thing looks very confused. 18 just misses.
Well, I have inspiration. I'll just use it.
Yeah, okay, so you use it. Alright, so 24 will definitely hit.
Is it a D10 or it's still a D8?
Oh, you mean Bardic Inspiration. Okay,
Mhm.
so...
D10.
Yeah, it's D10.
D10.
Yeah, I definitely hit.
So 18 and 8 is 26. So yes, that definitely hits. For 24, do you want that to be Psychic or Force?
Psychic. I'll flurry of blows.
Okay. Okay. The flurry of blows will hit for that. Okay. Yes. Okay, the 19 will also hit. So let's see. So we have 22, and then 22 is going to bloody it. And then 16 and 17 is 33.
It's my turn.
And then 14 and 6 is 20.
The 11 miss. The 11 hits.
Oh, no. The 11 misses. Okay. All right. So, thank you. All right. So, Galibar, you are up.
Okay.
This thing is
Galibar.
looking very bloodied.
Reckless.
Yep.
28.
24 and 4, 28. How would you like to kill this creature?
Decapitation.
Okay. And Enka, your choice. Bigby's hand is now either holding a severed head or propping up a headless body.
Severed head, thank you.
Okay, all right. So the body falls to the ground, Galibar, and the head just kind of eerily floats there in the air until you see the spectral fingers of Bigby's hand wrapped around it. and the monster is vanquished. All right. And that, friends, is a combat. Okay, so there's a lot of people from the caravan that just are looking, and they say, "Oh my goodness, cannot believe that you dispatched 3 of those monsters so easily. Well, I suppose after you killed the giant tortoise, it should not surprise us." And then, of course, a couple of people begin to they talk about, well, should we harvest the meat? And
Adamant points at the one he killed. Perhaps not that one.
Galibar tries to get the head from Biggie's hand if it'll let him.
She dissipates the Big B's hand.
So I catch the head. Galibar is just going to go back over to the cart and is going to start cleaning the skull.
As long as it ain't in front of me.
okay. This one here, we know not good. Because it is full, its corpse is full of rust. But yeah, they set to, and they quickly begin to harvest some of the meat. With the number of people on the caravan, it takes maybe an hour for them to take the parts that they want, and then several other people dig some shallow graves and just kind of roll the bodies, the rest of the remains, into those graves and throw sand over it. And then a few of the people that were doing that work, their outfits are all bloodied and everything, so they will go and they will change their outfits into something clean. But they say that this is not too much of a delay. You'll still arrive during the rush hour. In fact, because you're coming an hour later, it might be at about the busiest time of the day. So you all continue the trek into the city, and let us go ahead and head back over here.
Was I able to clean the skull and everything while they were doing that?
With an hour, I mean, not really, because you think about it, you would have to pull all the brain matter out. You'd have to pull all of the. Do you have a spell you use for that, or do you just old-fashioned hunter pull the scalp off and clean up the bones as best you can?
I mean, I can clean the actual blood and viscera off of it with prestidigitation, but I can get the brains out with a dagger or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. I'm gonna say you can't get it all done. It's for one person, a skull that size.
Would I be able to do it on our trip because I'm not the one driving?
As you work on it, you're being jostled around and everything, because this is not a smooth 21st century superhighway. This is a dusty dirt track going through a desert. So it thumps and bumps and everything over all of these obstacles. It's a lot slower going than you think it would be. And as you get kind of to the point where you can begin to see the dust trails of the other caravans that are moving towards the gates of the city, one of the locals will say, why don't we wrap that up and put it in the put it under the cargo, and then when we get to the estate tonight, we can finish cleaning that up.
Oh, we don't need to put it in the cargo. He'll just wrap it up and put it in his bag of holding.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, that works. And
he's collecting skulls from the things he fights here because they don't have weapons.
Okay. It's gonna have, when you guys get that area built out on the farm, you're gonna walk into Galibar's room, and it's gonna look like you've walked into like the Predator's ship. There's gonna be all these skulls of all these enemies hanging around.
Well, he's not gonna get a room. He's gonna get a cave nearby that he's gonna turn into his dragon's lair.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's gonna have a horde of like weapons and animals and beast skull.
Okay. As you guys get to the road, the main road that heads to the caravan gate of the city, over here in this area, you see that there is a line of already maybe 7 or 8 caravans that are in line to get into the city. And then there's, by the plumes of dust, you can see further out, there's at least probably 3 other caravans that are coming. So you guys get in line, and then by the time you get to the gates, there would be more caravans that would have gotten into the line behind you. And as you begin to, when you're in line, you're probably a half mile away from the gates at that point. And you can start to judge that it takes maybe 5 minutes or so for each caravan to go through the gates, and then the whole line moves up some. It seems like what they do is they will stop a caravan, they will inspect, or they will talk to the drivers of all the wagons, whatever it is they want to do, and then they will let the whole caravan in at once. And so it's a case where the caravans move, and then everything stops for a few minutes. And then they move forward, and then everything stops for a few minutes. So using that, and using the figure of about 5 minutes per caravan, Enka, at what point would you like to use the disguise self?
This disguise self lasts how long again?
An hour.
Oh, an hour. Oh, geez. Okay. I would say when we're probably about, and you said each one going through takes about
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. I would probably say when we're within about a quarter mile.
Okay. All
and
right.
Yeah, and then that way we're still far enough out and that they couldn't have seen anything really in detail and all that fun stuff.
Galibar is going to use disguise self as well when we get close enough.
At about the same time Enka does?
Maybe a little bit afterwards.
Okay. So he's going to risk being closer and, somebody having seen. Well, wait a minute. I thought there was somebody different on that.
I mean, once we get close, and like it'd be before we start getting close enough, but like a quarter mile out.
Yeah.
Well,
assuming
but
the
we're
guards-
thinking like 5 minutes each, and you figure how many caravans are there? How many wagons in some of these caravans?
Some of these caravans have 10 or 15 wagons. So.
See,
Oh, okay. Then
So
yeah,
yeah.
around at the same time she does. He's just
Yeah.
gonna make himself look like I guess he's about as he'd be the same kind of creature as
Okay,
she
a
is.
mole.
Yeah, a
A
mole.
mole. Okay. All right.
Wearing like armored gloves, so if they try to like shake his hand or anything or touch him for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, because you have armored gloves on, and that.
Well, because I have armored, I have heavily scaled hands.
Right. Okay. All right. Then for you, Galibar, you're doing that as a divine caster, right? Okay. Then for you, there we go. For you, that's a first level spell. You're reading it off of a scroll. So there is a 10% chance that scroll fails because it's an arcane scroll that you're using. You're casting with psionics. Oh, okay. The spell succeeds, and there's a what is the where is the other thing? See, I was dumb. I put these in two different places instead of there we go. 95% focus survival. Yep. You're fine. So it works, and you guys have your mole appearance. It takes maybe another 15 minutes, 20 minutes after you cast these spells for your caravan to get into the line. And when you get up there, you see that these half-giant guards are in fact some pretty ugly-looking characters. There are some male and female guards alike, and they happen to look something like this.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Ugly.
Yeah, the whoops, it's a little bit too. So the they are half giants with big fangs, and the male guard up here has huge ears and not much hair and not much adornment. Has hide armor, things like that on. The female guard has more adornment and more hair, and has kind of a comical. If she wasn't so horrible looking, it would be kind of a comical set of makeup on, very deep eyeshadow, and very accentuated ruby red lips that are covered with lipstick around those big tusks that are coming out of her upper jaw. And she has a piercing in her nose that's like it looks like a tusk from like a miniature elephant that is pierced through her nose, and then she's wearing some earrings that have kind of a tribal look, some sort of feathers or things like that that are on. That are on
rings
there.
on her fingers and bells on her toes and a bone in her nose. Oh.
Yeah. And as you indeed, everybody go ahead and make me a stealth check just to make sure that you don't draw any attention to yourself. The guards, when they get up there, they do ask, what is your cargo? And the drivers will say, in some cases it's cloth, in other cases it's dry goods. The one cart that has the weapons, they say, we have cloth for sale, and we have tortoiseshell weapons for the noble Badraan. And the guard will look at that and say, "Oh, you bring weapons for a noble household, huh? You must be rich." And he says, "Oh, we have done pretty well for ourselves." "Oh, well, you have done well for yourselves. Oh, I might have to take a look and see what kind of success that you have had." And he said, "Oh, well, now Badraan, he doesn't want to be kept waiting, but let me share some of the success with you." And the guard says, "Oh, how much you share?" And the driver will pull out a sack of gold coins, a small sack of gold coins, and will indicate that he has a couple of more sacks of these coins, and will just sort of very, very neatly will palm that sack of coins to the half giant. The half giant squeezes it and just looks into the top of it and says, "Oh, very successful. Yes, you pass. Go in. And waves you away. So Galibar, no problem. Enka, no problem. Adamant, your stealth check is at advantage because you are underneath a bunch of things.
Just to make sure I'm not clattering around.
Yeah.
Well,
Why does mine say heavy armor? I'm not wearing any armor.
You might want to check your character sheet. You may have ticked something that says okay. And then Oyo,
He took off, I think.
oh, okay. All right. Then that yeah, I'm gonna guess that with Oyohusa's
Is padded armor heavy armor?
no.
No. We'll look at that a little bit later.
Okay, anyway.
So let's Yeah, with his stealth check, he's got a plus 12. I think the only way he could screw this up is if he botches it. Which he does not. And natural 20, of course.
He is completely unseen, even by the Caravan people.
Yeah, so they're like, they almost think, wait a minute, we lost somebody. And then Oyo says, no, I'm right here. And they're like,
I'm
my
Batman.
goodness. So as you come into the city, very quickly they turn off of the main road and head this way up towards Badraan's house. But as you get in, this is a huge city, and not as big as Waterdeep, of course, but much larger than the hidden village. And the houses here many of them are built with white stone or sandstone, and they have tile roofs, and a lot of the tile roofs are of a deep dark red. Some of the tile roofs are various hues of yellows and oranges and whatnot. And it's interesting as you look about the city, the smaller houses and the less impressive looking houses, they tend to have like red tile roofs. But as you get into the areas where the villas get larger and the gates get fancier and things get more ornate, those roofs tend to be oranges and yellows. So it seems like maybe there's kind of a status that the lighter color tile you have on your roof, the wealthier or more important your house or your household happens to be. And you see all kinds of different people here. You see the dwarves, those tall, skinny elf people, bunches of humans, and humans have skin tones that are generally, it's a wide range of shades, but they're generally darker than the skin tones that you see in Waterdeep. You see people of all shades in Waterdeep, but most people from the Sword Coast, coming from a colder winter climate, they have a lighter complexion of skin. Here, in a world where everything is desert, the palette of skin tones tends to be much darker. You do see an occasional pale person, but when they are pale, they are really pasty white pale. And usually you can only see a very tiny amount of their skin. As you can imagine, if somebody were suffering from albinism and were stuck in a desert world, that, survival would mean just keeping something over your skin almost all the time. Then another group of people that you see several of these individuals, and you see one group of people walking down the main street as you turn off. They are people that look like praying mantises. They are about, their heads stand somewhere between 8 and 10 feet tall, and they have, there's a little bit of a difference in how they look. Some of them walk on 2 legs and have 2 sets of insectile type arms that end in 3-fingered or 3-clawed hands with opposable thumbs. And others, they have a much longer trunk, but then also a much longer body, and they walk on 4 legs. And they have, the 2 arms with the 3-fingered opposable claws, if you will. And so you see those people. And then there's a bunch of halflings, and of course the halflings are dark-skinned like the humans. And they tend to be... they tend to be in different groups and whatnot. And there's market stalls on the side of the road, lots of things that look like they're temporary stalls set up where people are hawking goods and those types of things. You wind up going through some fairly broad avenues and making 2 or 3 turns before you finally pull up to the home of the noble that we have, the noble Badraan. And when you get to Badraan's place, a couple of the locals will jump down off of one of the wagons and go up to the gate, and you can see that there are 3 guards at the gate. 2 of them look like some of these half giants. One of them looks like a human with a slightly fancier outfit on, so maybe like he's the head of the house guard, and they bring up to them some examples of these tortoiseshell weapons. And it doesn't take long, a little bit of discussion, and the human snaps his fingers and tells somebody to run into the house and talk to the master. And he says, you can overhear him say, "Oh, I'm sure he would very much like to see these wares. Thank you for coming. I believe that Badraan has room for you to bring your wagons to the stables tonight, but let me just verify, you don't want to leave your wagons out on the street overnight. There are so many people crowded into Junun City for tomorrow's celebrations that it would be very easy for them to make off with some of your goods." And indeed, a couple of minutes later, the same servant that ran into the house comes out and gives a nod, and the captain gives orders to the 2 half giants, who open the gates, and your caravan goes into the yard of the estate, and they point you over towards the stables where the wagons can be stored for the night. And that is where we will end our session. So congratulations, you guys have gotten into Junun City, and you have a night there in Junun City, which we will talk about next time. And then, as soon as you would like, you are going to be able to go into the Ziggurat. Okay, everyone. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. Players, thank you for joining us today. And next week, maybe as early as next week, we will be starting our dungeon crawl into the Ziggurat. So we'll have to see what sort of things everybody comes up with. If there's any last minute things you want to do before you get started with that. Here on the channel in the next week, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. We have tomorrow night we have the Monster Monday, and that is going to feature the Chaos Quadruped. And tomorrow night's Monster Monday will be the first in a series to kick off the year of monsters from the Acquisitions Incorporated sourcebook. So we'll be looking at a lot of monsters that are probably new for D&D, definitely new for D&D 5e, and we'll be looking at a little bit of the inspiration to kind of see how they might have modified an existing monster to make this new one, and how that might give you some ideas for creating monsters for your own homebrew campaign. Then on Thursday, we will have our Sword Coast Chronicles game. And in that, they are hunting for Imrith, the blue dragon. So they will be getting ready to maybe make an assault on a blue dragon's lair, starting as early as this week. Now on Friday, for Lore Friday, we'll be going over the Candlekeep Mysteries in terms of a campaign idea. Last Friday, I released the rest of the Candlekeep Mysteries individual adventure reviews. And this coming Friday, I am going to propose an idea for how you could run a campaign with all of those adventures as one campaign. And then reiterate a couple of notes on some of the adventures that might need a little bit of attention from a DM depending on the type of players they have, because a lot of them have a lot of the tropes of great adventures. Some of them are very heavy on certain aspects of the adventure, and depending on what your group likes to do or doesn't like to do, that might require a little bit of reworking. And then there's actually one that, the way it's written, as I read through it, I was actually troubled by one aspect of it. And so I'm going to talk about that particular aspect of that adventure and some ways you can get around that troubling part of that content. And then next Saturday, we will be back to our Saturday Night Greyhawk game, and they will be combing through the spoils of their battle in the third level of the dungeons of Elemental Evil. All right. Let's put this back on our music, and I will go ahead and see if there's someone who is running some D&D that we can go and raid.
See you guys later.
Bye.
Right, take care.
I have to take off.
All right.
I will talk to y'all later.
Galibond,
Yes.
one question. How loyal are these ogres to the king?
You don't know.
But to say, because I have 2 ogre-sized weapons that I got from a villainous ogre and a bloodthirsty ogre in Kamigawa. I have the ogre greatsword and the ogre spear that I got from those 2, and those are some pretty gnarly-looking metal weapons. And I was thinking when we were going into the Ziggurat, maybe I can convince 2 of these ogres to assist us.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely an idea to run by your party and see what people think of that. Definitely a cool idea there.
Yeah. Because if we could have 2 of these guys like escorting us, or even just helping us fight, might be a little easier. Because I just realized in my bag of holding I still have those 2 items. my ogre greatsword and my ogre spear, because yeah, collecting weapons can be very useful,
Yes.
especially in
Okay.
a world where metal weapons are